Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then, life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems. And every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen, they remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. I'm short on cash, or let me get back to you. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself as much as you can. Associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters: my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, they were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships, it was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it. And when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious, but their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing. What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips, they're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time, I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So, I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time, I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen. Friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things, and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming, but each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty, mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change. Whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new, I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually, I began feeling the effects. Low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully, my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made, and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, the mindsets, and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me. My goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom, social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything. Favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence, and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan, and there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people, because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational, and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime, and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project, or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first, it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time, I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up. The timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear, and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries. I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So, I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
A lack of friends indicates what? Have you ever felt the sting of loneliness, wondering why meaningful friendships seem so elusive? In a world bustling with social media connections, the lack of true friends can be a perplexing and painful experience. What if the answer lies not in the quantity of people around you, but in the depths of ancient wisdom? In this video, we delve into the timeless teachings of Stoicism to uncover the profound truths about friendships. We'll explore how trust issues, social skills, and life circumstances intertwine to shape our social world. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we will reveal practical strategies to build authentic and meaningful relationships, even in the face of modern challenges. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, guided by the principles of Stoic wisdom. Let's uncover how a lack of friends might be more about the invisible barriers within us and how we can break free from them to cultivate deeper, more fulfilling connections. Number 1, mental well-being. In the intricate dance of human connections, our mental well-being plays a pivotal role. Stoic philosophy offers profound insights for those grappling with mental health challenges that hinder the formation of friendships. The Stoics emphasize the interconnectedness of the mind and body, recognizing that a healthy mind contributes to a flourishing life, including the capacity to form and nurture friendships. When facing conditions like anxiety or depression, Stoics advocate developing resilience through philosophical practices. This involves cultivating inner strength that enables individuals to navigate the ebb and flow of emotions, fostering a stable foundation for both personal well-being and social connections. Mindfulness and meditation are integral to Stoic practices, helping individuals manage mental health by practicing present moment awareness. This allows them to confront and overcome negative thought patterns, enabling more authentic social interactions. Stoicism champions tranquility as an ultimate goal. Those navigating mental health challenges can find solace in Stoic principles, prioritizing inner peace. By embracing Stoic virtues, individuals forge a path to tranquility, creating an environment conducive to cultivating and sustaining meaningful friendships. A Stoic approach to mental well-being thus serves as a guiding light, leading to deeper, more resilient connections. Number 2, common human values. In the tapestry of human relationships, common values, emotions, and experiences form the foundation upon which genuine connections are built. Stoicism encourages us to focus on these universal aspects, transcending specific interests to forge meaningful bonds. While individual interests may differ, the Stoic approach emphasizes the shared human condition, highlighting the importance of empathy and understanding. By embracing the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, we learn to appreciate the diversity of human interests. This perspective fosters tranquility and allows us to see differences as opportunities for growth rather than barriers. Stoics advocate for adaptability, encouraging us to step out of our comfort zones and explore new passions, thereby expanding our horizons and potential for friendships. In social interactions, emphasizing shared values such as honesty, integrity, and compassion can bridge gaps created by differing interests. This Stoic focus on virtues helps build trust and mutual respect, essential elements for enduring relationships. By nurturing these foundational elements, we cultivate connections that withstand the test of time, enriching our journey through life. Number 3, life as a journey. Imagine life as a journey where each person is an island, and friendships are the bridges connecting these individual universes. This metaphor beautifully encapsulates the Stoic view of human connections. A lack of friendships can often signify not just the absence of company, but a deeper issue of trust, creating invisible barriers between us. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. As we navigate this journey, the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our path. Trust is the bedrock of these relationships, and its absence can lead to isolation and loneliness. Thus, cultivating trust becomes essential in building these vital bridges. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who value and positively contribute to our lives. Genuine connections are formed through mutual respect, trust, and shared values. By seeking quality over quantity in our friendships, we ensure that our social interactions enrich our lives, making us stronger and more resilient. Embrace the Stoic perspective that friendships are integral to our journey. By fostering trust and genuine connections, we create a network of support that enhances our personal growth and enriches our experience of life. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, especially in the context of human relationships. Life is a dynamic tapestry where change is the only constant. Embracing this Stoic principle allows us to navigate the complexities of friendships with grace and resilience, cultivating a mindset that welcomes new passions and stepping out of comfort zones, fosters personal growth, and expands our potential for connections. The Stoics teach that adaptability involves accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our responses. In friendships, this means being open to new experiences and perspectives. By doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also demonstrate a willingness to grow and evolve, which is attractive to others. When faced with differing interests or life circumstances, adaptability enables us to find common ground. This Stoic approach encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, fostering deeper, more meaningful connections. By practicing adaptability, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, embracing its ebbs and flows with equanimity. Incorporate the Stoic virtue of adaptability in your relationships. It will not only enhance your personal development, but also create a fertile ground for lasting and fulfilling friendships. Number 5, quality over quantity. In the pursuit of friendships, the Stoic philosophy advocates for valuing quality over quantity. Genuine, meaningful connections enrich our lives far more than numerous superficial ones. This perspective aligns with the Stoic emphasis on virtue and authenticity in all aspects of life. A smaller social circle is not inherently a problem. In fact, it often reflects a focus on deeper, more substantial relationships. The Stoics teach us to seek out individuals who share our values and contribute positively to our growth. By surrounding ourselves with such people, we create a support system that enhances our resilience and well-being. Quantity does not equate to quality. Numerous acquaintances cannot provide the same level of support and understanding as a few true friends. By prioritizing quality, we ensure that our social interactions are meaningful and enriching. This Stoic approach to friendships fosters a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, as we know we are investing our time and energy in relationships that truly matter. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of valuing quality over quantity in your friendships. Focus on nurturing genuine connections that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and happiness. Number 6, trust issues. In the intricate dance of human connections, trust issues can cast a shadow over the prospect of forming close friendships. Stoicism provides a path to navigate these challenges gracefully, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and virtue in building trust. Before extending trust to others, the Stoics advocate for a deep understanding of oneself. Reflecting on your values, expectations, and vulnerabilities is essential. This self-awareness helps identify the sources of trust-related apprehensions and provides a foundation for more discerning and balanced relationships. Virtue is the guiding light in Stoic decision-making. Focus on qualities such as honesty, integrity, and benevolence when assessing the trustworthiness of others. By aligning your interactions with these virtues, you create a stable framework for building trust. Recognize that external circumstances can influence people's actions, and their behavior may not always align with your expectations. This Stoic acceptance of the unpredictable nature of human interactions fosters emotional resilience, allowing for more rational and considerate decisions in relationships. Incorporate honest and direct communication to address trust issues openly. This aligns with Stoic values and creates an environment conducive to genuine connections. By embracing these Stoic principles, you can build solid foundations for trust and deepen your friendships. Number 7, shyness and introversion. For those naturally inclined towards timidity, forging and sustaining friendships may pose a distinct challenge. However, Stoic philosophy offers a powerful approach to surmounting these obstacles, transforming shyness into a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The first Stoic lesson for overcoming shyness revolves around self-acceptance. Understanding that some individuals are naturally shy or introverted is crucial. Embrace this aspect of your nature as a momentary part of your journey towards self-awareness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius teach that accepting who we are is the starting point for any transformation. Stoicism emphasizes the potency of the present, urging us to focus on what is within our grasp, rather than being consumed by anxiety about the future or regrets from the past. In social practice, this means not allowing shyness to imprison us in negative thoughts. By freeing ourselves from expectations and projections, we find the liberty to act according to our principles, unbridled by fear. Empathy is another key Stoic principle. By putting ourselves in others' shoes, we realize everyone carries internal battles and insecurities. This awareness liberates us from self-absorption and enables more authentic and compassionate interactions. Focus on genuine human connections rather than how you are perceived, and you will build more meaningful relationships. Number 8, virtuous social prioritization. In the busy rhythm of modern life, it is essential to prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. The Stoics teach that meaningful connections are built on shared values and mutual respect, which are crucial for a flourishing life. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections instead of spreading yourself thin. Stoics value deep, authentic friendships, considering them essential for personal growth and well-being. By investing in relationships that align with your values, you ensure that your social interactions contribute positively to your life. This Stoic approach to social prioritization involves deliberate and mindful choices about the company you keep. Engage with individuals who support your growth and reflect your principles. This not only enhances your character, but also fosters a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate efficient time management, another Stoic virtue, to balance responsibilities and social interactions. Prioritize activities that contribute to personal and social flourishing, aligning daily choices with the goal of a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Adopt the Stoic wisdom of virtuous social prioritization. Focus on the quality of your connections, nurturing relationships that enrich your life and support your journey towards self-improvement and resilience. Number 9, self-reflection. Life transitions offer opportune moments for mindful reflection, a practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. During these times of change, introspection can guide your social choices and help navigate new environments with wisdom and grace. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in all aspects of life. Reflect on your values, aspirations, and the kind of relationships you seek. This process helps clarify your social priorities and align them with your personal growth and well-being. By understanding your core principles, you can make more deliberate and meaningful connections. Introspective practices allow you to adapt to changing circumstances with a Stoic mindset. Embrace the natural ebb and flow of life, recognizing that transitions often bring new opportunities for growth. By reflecting on past experiences, you gain insights that inform your future interactions and decisions. Use these moments of reflection to assess your social circle and identify relationships that align with your values. This Stoic approach ensures that your connections are genuine and supportive, fostering a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate self-reflection as a guiding light in your journey. It will help you navigate life's transitions with wisdom, ensuring that your social choices contribute to a meaningful and flourishing life. Number 10, social skills. Developing social skills is a gradual process, and the Stoic philosophy offers valuable guidance in this journey. Embrace yourself wholly, understanding that everyone, regardless of their social prowess, possesses intrinsic value. This foundation sets the stage for genuine connections, free from self-doubt. Stoics emphasize gradual progress in all aspects of life. Apply this principle to the development of social skills by incrementally exposing yourself to different settings. Instead of overwhelming yourself with large gatherings, start with smaller interactions. This approach allows you to build confidence at your own pace, aligning with Stoic notions of measured growth. Focus on virtues like kindness, empathy, and understanding in your interactions. By infusing these qualities into your social encounters, you not only enhance your character, but also contribute positively to the social dynamic. Ask questions, show interest in others' perspectives, and foster an environment of open dialogue. Genuine curiosity enriches your understanding of others and paves the way for authentic connections. Practice positive affirmations aligned with Stoic principles. Focus on your strengths, acknowledge your worth, and approach social situations with self-assuredness. If faced with rejection or awkward moments, respond with Stoic grace, understanding that external events are beyond your control, but your response is within your grasp. Number 11, differences in interests. Differences in interests can sometimes weave a pattern of isolation, contributing to a lack of friendships. Stoicism provides a guiding light on how to bridge these gaps and foster meaningful connections. The Stoics encourage us to accept the inherent diversity of human interests. Rather than viewing differences as barriers, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, finding tranquility in understanding that not everyone shares the same interests. Adaptability is key. Cultivate a mindset that appreciates novelty and welcomes the opportunity to explore new passions. This Stoic adaptability encourages stepping out of comfort zones, fostering personal growth and expanding the scope of potential friendships. Focus on what unites us as human beings, shared values, emotions, and fundamental experiences. These common grounds provide a solid foundation for genuine connections that transcend specific interests. Approach others with genuine curiosity, seeking to understand and appreciate their passions. This not only expands your horizons, but also lays the groundwork for authentic connections. The Stoic friendship triad comprises goodwill, shared values, and mutual understanding. By nurturing these foundational elements, you can overcome the barriers posed by differing interests and cultivate lasting and meaningful connections. Number 12, lack of social opportunities. A perceived lack of social opportunities can be a significant barrier to forming connections. However, Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue, resilience, and practical wisdom, provides a compass to navigate and transcend these circumstances. Engage in community volunteering, as Stoicism places great importance on contributing to the greater good. Volunteering aligns with Stoic virtues and introduces you to like-minded individuals. Participating in local cleanup initiatives, supporting charitable events, or volunteering at community centers creates shared experiences and opportunities for connection. Attend workshops or seminars related to your field of work. This not only enhances your professional skills, but also exposes you to professionals who may share common goals and values. Organize or participate in outdoor activities like hiking, biking, or group exercises. These environments provide a relaxed setting for interaction, allowing connections to form organically amidst the beauty of the natural world. Join forums or groups dedicated to your interests and actively participate in discussions. This can lead to meaningful connections and, in some cases, transition to in-person meetups. Practice Stoic gratitude by appreciating the connections you already have, cultivating a positive mindset that attracts new ones. Number 13, Stoic detachment. Stoic detachment is a powerful tool in managing the natural ebb and flow of friendships. As circumstances shift, friendships may naturally loosen. Recognizing this with a Stoic mindset helps us appreciate that change is an inherent part of the human experience, not a reflection of personal failure or inadequacy. Healthy detachment involves accepting what is beyond our control, including the intricate dynamics of relationships. This perspective fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing us to navigate changes with grace. When friendships evolve or drift apart, view these transitions through the lens of Stoic wisdom, understanding that such shifts are part of life's natural progression. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, responses, and choices. By maintaining this focus, we can adapt to changing social landscapes without being overwhelmed by emotions. This approach not only preserves our inner peace, but also allows us to engage with others authentically and meaningfully. Embrace Stoic detachment as a guiding principle in your relationships. It will help you navigate the ebbs and flows of friendships with wisdom and tranquility, fostering a more resilient and fulfilling social life. Number 14, lifestyle choices. In the bustling rhythm of modern life, lifestyle choices can significantly impact our social interactions. Whether it's a hectic schedule or a preference for solitary activities, Stoicism provides valuable insights on how to navigate these choices while fostering meaningful connections. Stoics encourage scrutinizing our priorities to ensure they align with our core values and the pursuit of meaningful connections. A demanding schedule might limit social interactions, but deliberate time management can help balance responsibilities and social engagement. By intentionally setting aside moments for social interactions, individuals can transcend the constraints of a busy lifestyle. Prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. This means making conscious choices about the company we keep, focusing on relationships that align with our values. Efficient time management, a Stoic virtue, involves optimizing schedules for both productivity and social interactions, contributing to personal and social flourishing. Incorporate Stoic principles in your lifestyle choices to foster a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Deliberately carve out time for meaningful social engagements, ensuring that your interactions enrich your life and support your journey toward personal growth and resilience. Number 15, changing circumstances. Relationships, like the tides, undergo shifts during life transitions. Recognizing the fluidity of these dynamics is essential, and Stoicism provides a framework to navigate these changes with wisdom and grace. Embrace the understanding that change is an inherent part of the human experience. As career ambitions soar or familial responsibilities take center stage, accept these seasons stoically. Understand that the ebb and flow of life's demands impact not only your schedule, but also the nature of your social interactions. Stoicism emphasizes virtuous adaptation in the face of shifting priorities. Infuse career or family commitments with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice. Strive for excellence in every facet of life, including professional and familial spheres. Stoicism places a premium on the quality of relationships over their quantity. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections. Approach life transitions with a Stoic mindset, reflecting on your values and aspirations. Use this reflective practice to guide your social choices as you navigate new environments. Embrace the Stoic principle of healthy detachment, recognizing that relationships may naturally loosen during transitions without viewing it as personal failure. Friendship, at its core, is more than just companionship. It's a vital part of our journey toward a fulfilled and resilient life. By embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, we can navigate the complexities of human connections with grace and strength, transforming our social world into one of depth and authenticity. If you found these insights valuable and want to continue exploring the profound teachings of Stoicism, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community, where we delve deep into the wisdom that enriches our lives and empowers us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Together, we can cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and true connection. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more transformative content.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4, control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions, rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5. Communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or, "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15. Maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16. Use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17. Practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18. Educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms
such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially, self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy, Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths, and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is using you that you must know. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone in your life is only there for what you can do for them? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a partner who seems more interested in what you provide than who you are. If you felt this way, you're not alone. And today, we're uncovering the 10 clearest signs that someone is using you. But here's the twist. It's not always obvious when it's happening. Manipulation and selfish behavior often come disguised as flattery, friendship, or even love. You might think you're just being generous, helpful, or kind, but underneath it all, their motives might be far from pure. This list will challenge your assumptions and help you spot the subtle and not so subtle behaviors that reveal someone's true intentions. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these toxic patterns, but also feel empowered to set boundaries and protect yourself. Because the truth is, your time and energy are precious, and no one deserves to drain them for their own gain. Let's dive in and uncover these 10 terrible signs, starting with one you've likely experienced before, but may not have recognized for what it truly is. 1. They only contact you when they need something. Have you ever noticed that someone only texts or calls when they need a favor? It's not a casual, "Hey, how are you doing?" or a friendly check-in, but rather a direct or indirect way to ask for help. Maybe it's borrowing money, asking for advice, or needing a ride. At first you might brush it off, thinking, they're just busy, and everyone needs help sometimes. But over time, you realize that these interactions are one-sided. They're not reaching out because they care about you, but because they need something from you. I've experienced this firsthand. There was a friend I genuinely cared about, someone I thought valued our connection as much as I did. But looking back, I can't recall a single time they contacted me just to talk or share good news. Every message was transactional. "Can you help me move this weekend? I'm short on cash. Can you cover me?" Or, "Can you help me with this problem?" It was always about what I could do for them. It took me a while to recognize the pattern because I wanted to believe the best about them. This behavior can make you feel like a tool rather than a person. At first, you might excuse it, thinking, maybe they're struggling or I'm just being kind. But the truth is, genuine relationships are built on mutual care, not convenience. A real friend will ask how you're doing, even when they don't need anything. They'll celebrate your wins, comfort you during your losses, and invest time and effort into the relationship. Reflecting on these moments, I realized that I was draining myself emotionally and physically for someone who wouldn't even ask, "How was your day?" I started setting boundaries, which wasn't easy but was necessary. If someone truly values you, they'll respect your limits and make an effort to connect beyond their needs. Pay attention to how people show up in your life. If they're always too busy for you, unless they need something, it's time to reassess the relationship. Remember, you're not an on-demand service. You deserve connections where both people show up for each other without strings attached. Life is too short to waste on one-sided relationships. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Relationships thrive on balance. It's not about keeping score, but there's an unspoken understanding in healthy connections that effort should flow both ways. If you're the one always reaching out, making plans, or offering help, and they rarely do the same for you, it's a major red flag. I remember being in a friendship where I did all the heavy lifting. I planned the meetups, initiated conversations, and even made excuses for their lack of involvement. At first, I convinced myself they were just busy or not the planning type. But the truth became hard to ignore. They weren't putting in the same energy I was. When I stopped making the effort, the relationship fizzled out, proving it was entirely one-sided. This dynamic isn't just unfair, it's exhausting. You find yourself questioning your worth, wondering if you're asking for too much, but you're not. True friendships and relationships thrive on mutual care, where both parties want to contribute equally. If you're constantly giving and they're only taking, it's time to reconsider their place in your life. 3. They don't appreciate you. Feeling unappreciated can cut deep. It's not just about wanting a thank you, it's about feeling seen and valued for what you bring to the table. When someone is using you, they often overlook your contributions entirely, treating them as if they're expected rather than earned. For instance, I once went above and beyond for a colleague, covering shifts and staying late to help with their workload. But instead of gratitude, I received indifference. No acknowledgement, no thanks, just more requests for help. It was as if my efforts were invisible. That's when I realized people who are using you rarely show appreciation because in their minds they're entitled to your help. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement chips away at your self-esteem. You start to feel invisible, like your contributions don't matter, but they do. Real friends, partners and colleagues notice your efforts and express gratitude, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely value you. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. When you finally gather the courage to bring up their behavior, the response can be even more telling. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they twist the situation to make you feel. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Think about the times you've gone out of your way for someone, whether it's lending a hand when they needed help, always being the one to reach out, or offering your time and energy to support them. Now, think about how they respond when the roles are reversed. Do they meet you with the same willingness and effort, or do they disappear, offering excuses or silence instead of support? I've been in situations where I felt like the glue holding a friendship or relationship together. For example, I had a friend who never initiated plans, but always accepted my invitations. I would check in on them regularly, send thoughtful messages, and even go out of my way to help them during tough times. Yet when I faced a difficult period, their silence was deafening. It wasn't just about their absence during hard times. It was their complete lack of initiative to maintain the relationship when I stopped putting in the effort. What I realized was that reciprocity isn't just about big gestures. It's about the small, everyday signs that someone values you. Do they text first once in a while? Do they make an effort to celebrate your wins, no matter how small? Do they notice when you're not okay and offer support without you having to ask? When someone doesn't do any of these things, it signals that their priority isn't the relationship. It's what they can get from it. One-sided relationships don't just drain your energy. They make you question your worth. You might think, if I just give a little more, maybe they'll appreciate me. But the truth is, people who don't reciprocate aren't likely to change unless they see their behavior as a problem. And that usually doesn't happen unless you set boundaries. The key is to recognize the imbalance and decide how much of your time and energy you're willing to invest. Healthy relationships are partnerships where both people contribute willingly and joyfully. If you're the only one doing the work, it's time to step back and evaluate whether the relationship is truly worth your effort. After all, you deserve connections that leave you feeling supported, valued and cared for, not depleted. 3. They don't appreciate you. When someone truly values you, they'll make an effort to show it, through their words, actions, or even small gestures. But when someone is using you, appreciation becomes almost non-existent. They treat your kindness, support, and effort as if it's their entitlement, rather than a gift you've chosen to give. I remember helping a close acquaintance through a rough financial patch. I lent them money, listened to their struggles, and even helped them find some job leads. I didn't expect anything in return, except maybe a sincere thank you or acknowledgement of my effort. Instead, they acted as if my help was their due. There was no gratitude, no sense of reciprocity, just an expectation that I'd keep stepping in whenever they needed me. Over time, it felt less like kindness on my part and more like obligation, dictated by their indifference. This lack of appreciation can cut deeply. It makes you feel invisible, as if all the energy you've poured into the relationship goes unnoticed or unvalued. Over time, it can erode your self-worth, leaving you questioning if you're even worth appreciating in the first place. The problem isn't with you, it's with them. People who take others for granted are often too focused on their own needs to recognize the effort and care they're being given. True appreciation isn't just about saying thank you. It's about someone acknowledging your value, treating your time and energy with respect, and showing that they don't take your presence in their life for granted. When someone appreciates you, you feel it, not just in their words, but in how they treat you overall. If you notice someone consistently failing to show appreciation, it's a sign to reevaluate the relationship. Ask yourself, does this person truly value me? Or are they just using me to meet their needs? You deserve to be appreciated for who you are and for everything you bring to the table. Don't settle for less. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is how they react when you try to address the imbalance. Instead of acknowledging your feelings or taking responsibility, they twist the situation to make you feel like the problem. This manipulation, known as gaslighting, can leave you questioning your own perspective and emotions. I remember confronting someone about always taking from the relationship and never giving back. I pointed out how I was the one making all the effort, while they seemed content to just take. Instead of listening, they turned the conversation around, saying things like, "You're overreacting," or "I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." They made me feel like I was being unreasonable or selfish for even bringing it up. By the end of the conversation, I was the one apologizing, despite the fact that I was the one being taken advantage of. Gaslighting is a powerful tool for manipulators because it makes you doubt yourself. When they frame your concerns as unfair, dramatic, or entirely in your head, you start to believe it. You might think, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or perhaps I misunderstood their intentions. But here's the truth. If you're feeling hurt or used, those feelings are valid. Your emotions are telling you that something isn't right, and they deserve to be heard and respected. A healthy relationship doesn't involve blame shifting or denial. If someone truly values you, they'll listen to your concerns and make an effort to understand your perspective. They won't dismiss your feelings or make you feel guilty for expressing them. Gaslighting, on the other hand, is a way of deflecting responsibility and keeping you in a cycle of doubt and compliance. The next time someone twists your words or invalidates your feelings when you try to have an honest conversation, take a step back. Ask yourself if their reaction is about self-preservation rather than genuine care for you. Trust your instincts and remember, real friends or partners will work through issues with you, not make you feel like you're the issue. Protect your peace and don't let anyone manipulate you into believing you deserve less. 5. They prioritize their needs over yours. A strong relationship involves give and take, where both people's needs are considered and respected. However, when someone is using you, their needs will always take precedence over yours. Your feelings, goals, or struggles become secondary, or worse, irrelevant, in their world. I've had experiences where someone would constantly ask for my time and energy, but never reciprocated when I needed the same. For instance, I had a friend who always needed advice or support whenever they were going through something, and I was happy to help. But when I was facing my own challenges, they were either too busy or entirely uninterested. Conversations would quickly shift back to their problems, leaving me feeling unheard and unsupported. This dynamic often leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. No matter how much you give, it's never enough because their focus is always on themselves. You might even catch them brushing off your concerns with phrases like, "You'll figure it out," or "That's not a big deal." Over time, this pattern becomes a clear sign that they don't truly value you or the relationship. They see you as a resource to fulfill their needs, not as an equal partner. People who prioritize their own needs over yours often disguise their behavior in subtle ways, making you feel guilty for asking for anything in return. They might frame your requests for support as unreasonable or inconvenient, further reinforcing the imbalance. A healthy relationship involves mutual care and respect. Both people should feel heard, valued, and supported, especially during tough times. If someone consistently puts their needs first while ignoring yours, it's time to reevaluate their role in your life. Ask yourself, do they genuinely care about my well-being, or am I just a means to an end for them? Remember, your needs matter just as much as theirs. Relationships should be a partnership, not a one-way street. Don't let someone make you feel guilty for wanting balance and mutual respect in your connections. You deserve relationships that lift you up, not ones that leave you feeling neglected. 6. They disappear when you need help. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is their sudden absence when you need support. They're quick to call on you for help with their problems, but when the tables turn, they're nowhere to be found. This inconsistency reveals that they're not truly invested in the relationship. They're only there for what they can gain. I've been in situations where I supported someone through countless challenges, offering advice, encouragement, and even practical help. But when I was going through a tough time, they didn't even ask how I was doing. I reached out, hoping for the same level of care I had shown them, but all I got were excuses like, "I'm too busy right now," or no response at all. It felt like I was yelling into an empty void, and it hurt deeply. This type of behavior leaves you feeling isolated and undervalued. It makes you question the authenticity of the relationship, as it becomes clear that their presence in your life was conditional. They were only there for what they could get, not what they could give. In healthy relationships, mutual support is the foundation. Real friends, partners, or family members don't vanish when you need them the most. They might not always have the perfect solution, but they show up, listen, and offer what they can because they genuinely care about you. When someone consistently fails to be there for you, it's a glaring sign that their priorities don't include your well-being. If you find yourself in a relationship where the other person is absent during your struggles, take a step back. Reflect on whether this connection is bringing value to your life or just taking from it. You deserve people who stand by you in both good times and bad, not those who disappear the moment you need a shoulder to lean on. Recognizing this imbalance is the first step toward protecting your energy and surrounding yourself with people who truly care. 7. They exploit your generosity. Generosity is a beautiful trait, but when someone exploits it, it becomes a tool for their benefit rather than a foundation for mutual respect. They might consistently ask for favors, money, or your time, knowing you'll say yes because of your kind nature. The problem isn't your willingness to give. It's their willingness to take without limits or gratitude. I remember having a colleague who always seemed to need just a little help. At first, it was small favors, like covering their shift or helping with a project. I didn't mind because I believed in teamwork, but over time, their requests became bigger and more frequent. They'd say things like, "You're so reliable. I knew you'd do this for me." But they never returned the favor. They never offered to help me when I was swamped, and they didn't even acknowledge the effort I put in. Eventually I realized they were exploiting my willingness to help while giving nothing in return. This kind of dynamic can leave you feeling drained, resentful, and taken advantage of. You might find yourself saying yes, even when you're overwhelmed, just to avoid conflict or guilt. The truth is, people who exploit your generosity often rely on your discomfort with setting boundaries. They know you'll go the extra mile because you're kind-hearted, and they use that to their advantage. True relationships are built on mutual generosity, where both people give and take in balance. Exploitation, on the other hand, is entirely one-sided. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being taken for granted and to set boundaries to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't make you a bad person. It simply ensures that your energy and resources are being spent on people who genuinely value you. Ask yourself, does this person respect my boundaries, or do they push them to get what they want? If you feel more like a resource than a valued friend, it's time to reassess the relationship. Your generosity is a gift, not a given, and it should be appreciated, not exploited. 8. You feel drained around them. The people in your life should uplift and energize you, not leave you feeling emotionally, mentally, or even physically drained. When someone is using you, their constant demands, negativity, or selfishness can sap your energy, leaving you exhausted after every interaction. I once had a friend who seemed to turn every conversation into a complaint about their life or a request for help. No matter how much I tried to support or cheer them up, it was never enough. They would unload their problems onto me without asking about my day or my struggles. Over time, I noticed a pattern. I felt worse after talking to them, not better. It wasn't just that they needed help. It was that the relationship was entirely focused on them, with no room for my needs or feelings. When someone leaves you feeling drained, it's often because the relationship is imbalanced. You're constantly giving your time, attention, or emotional support, while they take without offering anything in return. This dynamic can make you feel like their emotional dumping ground or problem solver, rather than a valued friend or partner. Pay attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Do you feel refreshed and supported, or do you feel tired, frustrated, or even resentful? Your emotions are important indicators of the health of your relationships. If someone consistently leaves you feeling depleted, it's a sign that their presence in your life might be more harmful than helpful. Healthy relationships are energizing. Even during tough times, they involve mutual care and support that leave both people feeling understood and valued. If someone is consistently draining you, it's time to set boundaries. Protect your energy and focus on relationships that enrich your life rather than deplete it. You deserve to feel good about the connections you have, not burdened by them. Remember, it's okay to prioritize your well-being over someone else's constant demands. 9. They manipulate you with flattery or guilt. People who use others often rely on manipulation to keep control of the relationship. They might use excessive flattery to make you feel special, or guilt to pressure you into doing things for them. These tactics are not about genuine connection, but about maintaining their advantage over you. I once knew someone who was an expert at this. Whenever they wanted something, they'd start with over-the-top compliments. "You're the only person I can trust with this," or "You're so amazing for always helping me." At first, it felt good to be appreciated, but I began to notice a pattern. The flattery wasn't sincere. It was a setup to get what they wanted. On the other hand, if I ever hesitated to help, they'd quickly pivot to guilt. "I thought you cared about me." Or, "I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own." This emotional manipulation traps you in a cycle of compliance. The flattery makes you feel obligated to help, while the guilt makes you feel bad if you don't. Over time, you might find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do, simply to avoid the guilt or maintain their approval. Recognizing these tactics is key to breaking free from the cycle. Flattery and guilt are tools manipulators use to blur boundaries and keep the focus on their needs. Genuine relationships don't rely on manipulation. They're built on honesty, mutual respect, and understanding. If someone is constantly using these tactics, take a step back and assess the situation. Ask yourself, do they truly care about me, or are they just using emotional manipulation to keep me compliant? Once you see through their behavior, it becomes easier to set boundaries and protect yourself from being used. Remember, you don't owe anyone your time or energy, especially when their methods make you feel uncomfortable or coerced. Stand firm in your worth. You deserve relationships that are based on authenticity, not manipulation. 10. You question their true intentions. One of the most telling signs that someone is using you is the nagging feeling that their intentions aren't genuine. Deep down, you start to sense that their actions are more about what they can gain from you than about a sincere connection. This unease doesn't come out of nowhere. It's your intuition picking up on subtle red flags. I've experienced this in relationships where everything seemed fine on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For instance, There was a colleague who was overly friendly whenever they needed my help with a project or a favor. But outside of those moments, they didn't engage with me or show any interest in my life. It became clear that their friendliness wasn't about building a real connection. It was about keeping me close enough to use when it was convenient for them. This kind of behavior often leaves you feeling confused. You might find yourself asking, do they really care about me? Or am I just imagining things? Genuine relationships don't make you question someone's motives repeatedly. When someone values you, their intentions are clear. They want to be in your life because of who you are, not because of what you can provide. If you're constantly questioning their authenticity, it's worth pausing to evaluate the relationship. Are they there for you during your highs and lows, or do they only show up when it benefits them? Do their actions align with their words, or do they make promises they never keep? These questions can help clarify whether their intentions are genuine or self-serving. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Real connections leave you feeling secure and valued, not suspicious or uneasy. Don't ignore those gut feelings. They're often your best guide. You deserve relationships where you don't have to second-guess someone's motives, where the connection is built on mutual care and respect, not on hidden agendas. Prioritize those who show up for you genuinely, and let go of those who make you doubt their true intentions.
Have you ever wondered why, despite being constantly connected through social media, many of us still feel isolated and undervalued? It's a strange paradox of our modern times. We're surrounded by people, yet often feel unnoticed by those who matter most. If you've ever felt like you're not as important to others as they are to you, this video is for you. Today, we'll explore ancient Stoic wisdom to help you become more valued and appreciated by those around you. 1. Prioritize your own needs. Imagine you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop. What's the first thing they tell you to do? Put on your own mask before helping others. In life, the same principle applies. Often, we sacrifice our own needs for others, leading to burnout and lack of self-respect. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that self-mastery and self-knowledge are key to a meaningful life. By understanding and prioritizing your own needs, you build a foundation of self-respect that naturally attracts others. For example, set aside time each day for self-care, whether it's a quiet moment with a book, a walk in the park, or a hobby you love. 2. Cultivate independence. Think of a lighthouse standing tall and firm amidst a storm. It doesn't rely on anything else to shine. Similarly, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-reliance and independence. Making decisions without constantly seeking external approval makes you more confident and attractive to others. People respect those who can stand by their beliefs and values. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but being the captain of your own ship. For instance, take charge of your career path by setting clear goals and pursuing them with determination without waiting for validation from others. 3. Create a sense of absence. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? If you're always readily available, people might take you for granted. In our busy world, time is a precious commodity. By occasionally being unavailable, you allow others to recognize and appreciate your presence more. For instance, don't always be the first to respond to messages or drop everything to meet up. Let people experience your absence and realize your value. 4. Set boundaries on availability. Are you the person who says yes to everything? It's time to change that. Constantly saying yes can lead people to take your time for granted. Seneca, another Stoic thinker, reminds us to own our time and use it wisely. Learning to say no respectfully helps you prioritize your needs and ensures that your availability is valued. For example, if you're swamped with work, it's okay to decline a last-minute invitation. Respecting your own time teaches others to do the same. 5. Let others initiate conversations. In our hyper-communicative world, it might seem strange to stop initiating conversations, but Stoicism values listening more than speaking. By allowing others to start conversations, you show that you value their thoughts and opinions. This practice fosters deeper connections and makes you more appreciated. Try this. Next time, wait for your friends to reach out first. You'll learn a lot by listening and observing. 6. Embrace patience. Patience is a virtue, and in Stoicism, it's a powerful tool. In a world driven by immediate gratification and constant distractions, the ability to wait calmly is rare and admirable. Patience isn't about being passive. It's about maintaining emotional control and composure. By showing patience, you project strength and stability, making others appreciate your presence more. For instance, in stressful situations at work, stay calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively. 7. Keep a little mystery. Think of the last great movie you watched. What kept you hooked? The unfolding mystery. Similarly, maintaining a bit of mystery about yourself can make others more interested in you. Stoicism teaches self-discipline and the importance of controlling how much you reveal. By gradually sharing your thoughts and experiences, you keep others intrigued and focused on you. For example, instead of sharing everything about your weekend, leave out a few details and let others ask questions. Encourage others to invest in you. Allowing others to contribute to your life helps build stronger bonds. When people offer advice, assistance, or support, they feel valued and appreciated. Stoicism emphasizes our interdependence, and by letting others help you, you enrich your relationships. This mutual investment creates a virtuous cycle of respect and value. For example, ask a colleague for their input on a project or accept help when offered, showing that you value their contribution. 9. Focus on quality over quantity. In relationships, Stoicism advises focusing on the quality of interactions rather than the quantity. Deep, meaningful conversations and connections are more valuable than numerous superficial interactions. By investing time in cultivating genuine relationships, you ensure that your presence is truly valued. For instance, instead of attending every social event, spend quality time with a close friend, having deep conversations and truly connecting. 10. Practice generosity. Generosity, whether it's in the form of time, resources, or knowledge, can greatly enhance your value to others. Stoicism encourages us to help others without expecting anything in return. This act of selflessness builds strong bonds and makes others more likely to value and prioritize you. Remember, true wealth lies in meaningful relationships. For example, volunteer your time to help a friend with a move or share your expertise without expecting anything in return. Conclusion. Applying these Stoic principles can significantly impact how others perceive and value you. The goal is to foster genuine connections and build relationships based on mutual respect and integrity. By practicing these strategies, you can navigate modern life's complexities while staying true to yourself. Remember, the essence of Stoicism lies not just in transforming your relationships with others, but in transforming your relationship yourself. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. Say wiser, so I know you watched till the end. Subscribe to our channel for more insights. Thank you for your attention. Be wiser, and until next time.